2023 Laramie County Fair FFA Market Goat Show. Today, we welcome Judge Cameron Anderson. He's from Needville, Texas, and Cameron judged collegiately on competitive teams at South Plains College and Texas Tech University. While at South Plains College, Cameron was selected as an All-American livestock judge. Some of his livestock judging highlights include second high individual at State Fair of Texas and second high individual at the National Western Stock Show, while also being in the top 10 at numerous contests across the nation. After his collegiate judging career was over, Cameron was the assistant coach at South Plains College for 2 years. Cameron currently resides in Crane, Texas. Please give Cameron a warm Laramie County welcome. Today we also welcome to the ring Hot Shots Photography. They will have the photos of the Market Goat Show tomorrow available at their booth in the vendor section on the north end of this barn. We also welcome Show Barn Flicks as our live streaming service today.
an exceptional way to get the GOAT Show started with. And man, we got a ton of good exhibitors out here. For me, though, it's little things that kind of separate them in terms of hand placement, in terms of eye contact, and in terms of remaining natural, and then, two, having some show ring awareness and show ring courtesy. I think it's an awfully close call. For me, though, there's two exhibitors that hit me awfully hard just coming out of the gate. And you'll hear me say that and mention that throughout the next couple days, just in terms of first impressions. Those are awfully important to me. For me, like I said, I got two that I'll go out and select. Again, close call, and I'm sure everybody ringside, I know y'all got y'all's favorites. I'll set down the mic now and go show you the two that hit me the hardest. Again, as I do, if we could, one time, let's give it up for this group of senior showmen.
In your 2023 FFA Market GOAT Showmanship, first place and champion showman goes to Adeline Schilling. Reserve to Cooper Sanchez. Third is Taya Thompson. Fourth, Reagan Allen. Fifth, Catherine Olson. And sixth to Anthony Quick. Congratulations to all exhibitors. For Class 1, we're looking for Rachel Abraham, Reagan Allen, Kale Breton, Ryan Fairherm, Devin Graham, Lauren Haney, Hunter Mulkey, Anthony Quick, and Cooper Sanchez. Go ahead and head on to the southeast check-in gate. Exhibitors, we have class 2 in the ring. We have class 1 in the ring. We're looking for class 2 to check in. Colton Bomberger, Catherine Olson, Callie Rosner with 2, Blair Sanchez, Adeline Schilling, Natalie Smalley, Taya Thompson with 2. Please be checking in at the southeast gate. Exhibitors, attention in the barns. We are going to take a 20-minute break following the completion of the FFA show to allow the 4-H seniors to get their goats ready to bring back for the 4-H goat showmanship. So that will be a 20-minute break at the conclusion of the FFA show.
An exceptional way to get the GOAT Show started here in the first class of the FFA division. And man, this one that wins hit me awfully hard just coming out of the gate. I think when we start him at the ground, that one's easily the biggest in its true foot size. A goat that's easily the most opened up in terms of his true width, and one that's so bold in terms of his body, and that's why he has the most mass on the top side. Now, we could get critical and say he could be a shot more aggressive in terms of his shape right behind his shoulder. I'd like to thin him up in terms of his hide and maybe just tighten him in terms of at the top of his blade. He's a little loose when we get him into motion, but that's awfully critical on one that came out here and hit me awfully hard in this particular class. 2 and 3, I went back and forth in my mind between, but ultimately keep landing on the young man's just in terms of hands-on. That one's got the most aggressive shape in terms of right behind his shoulder. He's the trimmest over his forerib. And then 2, that one's progressive in terms of his width. Now, I'll get critical on him and say his knee could be pushed back in him just a shot. He wants to get a bit sharper about his hawk when we get him into motion. And we could see him just a nickel rounder in terms of his body shape. But man, hands-on, that's the cutability, hard-touching, trim one, and that's why he lands there in 2. Goat in 3, I like that one in terms of his productivity. That one's bold in terms of his center body. I think that one's really fresh on the top side when we get our hands on him. We need to see him with a bit more shape, especially right here behind his shoulder. I'd like to see that one just span a bit more mass over his loin edge. And then 2, we could see that one just a bit tighter in terms of his hide. We could pick him up in his chest a shot as well, but a nice one here in 3. 4 and 5, again, a bit of a closer call, and if you remember back when I was evaluating, I went back and forth between these 2. For me, the 1 and 4 is just a bit fresher in terms of her touch. Right here over his loin, I think one that has just a bit more shape right there behind his shoulder, and one that's just a bit bolder. We can see that one looser and more relaxed in his spine at times. I'd like to see that one just more ideal in terms of his hind leg posture. Wants to plant his hawk just a little more sharp. Wants to plant his pasture and a little more up and down. A nice one there in 4. Young man in 5 does a great job of getting this one presented. I think a goat that's trim enough. I think one that's hard enough touching. A bit too raw for my liking, especially over his rack. We can see that one a bit fresher in terms of his shape here. We can see him a bit square over his loin edge as well. And I like to smooth him up in his shoulder a shot to give him a more sleek look when we get him propped up from the side. A real nice one there in 5. Young ladies, that comes in 6. Has a great look up front, real extended up ahead of that one's blade. I think a long and neat one in terms of that one's pattern. We need to make that guy just a bit more punchy in terms of his muscle. Wants to get a bit narrower there in terms of his pin set. We can see that one with just a bit more leg shape down into his lower leg to work up into that top 5. Young man's doe that comes next, a really functional one. That one's really good when we get him out into motion. I think that one gives us a nice look when you get him propped up, when you get her propped up from the side. Excuse me. We just need more muscle today. We need that one to have just a bit more shape up high. We need to see that one just a bit more opened up to work up in this particular group. Black-headed one that comes next, bold in terms of that one's body. That one's got a lot of substance in terms of his true foot size. Again, we need more shape. We need more real muscle on the top side to work up in this group. And then the young ladies that rounds us out. Definitely not a slouch, because I think that one's got a bright future. Today, though, for me, that one's a bit too raw. That one's a bit too green. We need that one to have more condition on it to work up in this particular group. Man, an awesome class. Again, my compliments to all those young kiddos.
All right, congratulations to exhibitors in Class 1. First place, Reagan Allen. Second, Anthony Quick. Third, Devin Graham. Fourth, Rachel Abraham. Fifth, Cooper Sanchez. And sixth, Kale Breton. We're going to need the top 5 back for the Champion FFA Market Goat Drive here following Class 2. So keep those goats on hold and check in with Mr. Allen at the gate. In the ring now, we have Class 2, Colton Bomberger, Catherine Olson, Callie Rosner with 2, Blair Sanchez, Adeline Schilling, Natalie Smalley, and Taya Thompson with 2.
I apologize for taking just a little extra time. I just wanted to make sure I had it right in my mind, because I think we got five awfully good ones out here. And I can see it getting switched around depending on where you want to lie your preferences. For me, the one I keep going back to is the young ladies over here on the far right. And I might sound like a bit of a broken record at times when I keep going back to the fundamentals and covering the basics. And I think that one does so very quickly. And then we can talk some of the extras in terms of how that one's proportions are put together, how balanced that one is when she gets him propped up from the side. Hands-on, that one's easily the best in terms of his muscle texture. I think one that's still trim enough for this stage of the game. I think one that is easily the most aggressive. And then two, looks the part whenever we get him propped up. Now, he's not as cool as the other side of the pillow. We could pick him up in his chest. We could chisel him out just a shot up front, but an awfully good one in terms of his balance, in terms of his muscle, and in terms of his show goat proportions. I think the Goat in 2 has some unique pieces to him as well. I like that one more out of his hip and hind leg in terms of that one's posture. I like that one in terms of how that one's neck sits so high on his shoulder as well. Hands on, that one's hard touching. That one's got a big old loin in him. Not as aggressive as our winner, not as fresh in terms of his muscle texture either. And then two, I'd like to pick him up and push him back in his chest plate ever so slightly, and then I think that pair gets even closer. A nice one there. And two, Goat in 3, I like a lot in terms of his balance as well. That one fits together very nicely from the side. Really bold-bodied, tons of mass on the top side. For me, we need to get that guy thinner and clean him up there in terms of his height. He's a bit loose in that regard. We can make him, just give him a shot more stretch and a shot more style, especially up through his front 1/3. And then I think that trio gets even closer. Goat in 4 is an outlier in terms of front 1/3. That one's so tall fronted and so extended in terms of that one's neck. I really like that about him. Hands on, that one's big, right behind his shoulder. We got to fix him over his loin for me. He's easily the roundest of the initial 5 in terms of his loin edge. He's a bit too stale, especially right over his loin as well. I'd like to see that one just a bit more youthful in terms of his chest and in terms of his shoulder to work up, but an awfully unique one there in 4. Goat in 5, that one hit me hard initially in terms of his touch, and in terms of that one's body cage as well. I think that one gives us a balanced image from the side. We can make him more attractive, especially in his shoulder shape and his chest placement. I'd like to see that one just a bit more unique up front as well. We could give him a shot more lower leg, and then I think that would complement his balance from the side, but an awfully good one there in 5. Goat in 6, the tall fronted one that's still trim and hard touching. We need to open that guy up in terms of his pin set. We need to see him bigger there. We need to see him wider and more expansive over his loin edge, and just make him more progressive in terms of his width. But an awfully good one there. And 6. Young man's in 7. Man, that one's a great built one. I love that guy when you get him propped up from the side. Really like his hip and hind leg. Really attractive up through his front 1/3. For me, though, 3/4 shot. We need more goat there today, especially when we compare him to the ones ahead of you. We need to see that one just a bit more opened up. We need to see that one a bit more muscular. Goat that comes next, a bold-bodied one that's got some mass up high. We need to make that shape more aggressive. But in 2, we just need a bit more of it again on a comparative note. But an awfully good one there. And then the spot-necked one that rounds us out here, another bold-bodied one. That one's really good when we get him into motion. For me, we can make him just a nickel more attractive up through his front 1/3. We can shape him up and make him more aggressive to work up in this particular group. Man, an awesome class. Again, my compliments to all those young kiddos.
In Class 2, first place, Catherine Olson. Second, Taya Thompson. Third, Callie Rosner. Fourth, Callie Rosner. Fifth, Taya Thompson. Sixth, Blair Sanchez. Seventh, Colton Baumberger. Eighth, Adeline Schilling. And ninth, Natalie Smalley. Coming back from Class 2, Catherine Olson, Taya Thompson, Callie Rosner with 2, and Taya with her other one. Following the completion of the final drive for the FFA Market Goat Show, we will have the FFA Pen of 3 Market Goat class. We're looking for Horse Creek FFA, Taya Thompson, Callie Rosner, Lauren Haney, Prairie View FFA, and Frontier FFA. So if you've got those groups of 3, they can be making their way to the holding area as well. And a reminder to exhibitors, we will start 4-H Senior Showmanship, Market Goat Showmanship, 20 minutes following the completion of the FFA Market Goat Show.
We bring our top 5 from both classes back out, and man, I think they fit together nicely. I'll talk the first and seconds from their particular classes, and then I'll go out and show you my top 10 order. We'll start with that first class. Man, that one hit me hard coming out of the gate. In terms of that class, that one stuck out like a sore thumb in terms of foot size, in terms of genuine width, and in terms of body shape and muscle mass. Now, like we said there in class, we can make him more aggressive in terms of his shape. especially right behind his shoulder. I'd like to thin him up in terms of his hide and skin ever so slightly, but man, a proportional one that's stout and opened up and covers the basics in that regards. I think a nice one there. I thought the goat in second in that class, man, that was the aggressive, hard-touching, trim, high-cutting one in that particular group. Now, we could get critical and picky on him. Maybe his hind leg is a bit sharper in terms of the way it sets to the ground. Maybe we could push his knee back ever so slightly. Maybe we could see him just a shot bolder in terms of his forerib. But a trim, high-cutting, hard-touching one there in two. And then we get to that second class, and man, that top five I thought was awfully close and deep. But the one I kept going back to is the young ladies, just in terms of covering the basics, and in terms of being opened up and having the right kind of shape to its body. That one was easily the best in terms of its touch, and still trim enough for this stage of the game. Now, maybe not as cool as the other side of the pillow in terms of his chest placement. Maybe we could trim him up in terms of his hide as well. But man, a balanced, proportional one that touched right in that particular group. And then that cape-shouldered one that was two. Man, that one was a bit different in terms of his neck placement. I thought a hard-touching one that had a big old loin in him. Maybe we could just see his plate be pushed back a shot. We could pick him up in his chest as well. Again, close call. I got my favorite two, and then I'll go ahead and go through and get us a top 10. Again, as I do, if we could, one more time, let's give it up for all the FFA exhibitors.
Congratulations, 2023 champion FFA Market Goat is exhibited by Catherine Olson. Reserve champion is exhibited by Taya Thompson. Third overall FFA Market Goat, Callie Rosner. Fourth overall is Reagan Allen. Fifth overall, Callie Rosner. Sixth overall Market Goat is Taya Thompson. Seventh overall Blair Sanchez. Eighth Colton Bomberger. Ninth overall, Anthony Quick, and 10th overall is Adeline Schilling. Congratulations all FFA exhibitors in the Market Goat Show. We will start with 4-H showmanship. Chapter Pen of Threes will be our next class. If your chapter has a pen of 3, go ahead and head to the southeast gate. Today's FFA Pen of 3 market goats are being exhibited by the Frontier FFA and the Prairie View FFA.
I think we got 2 high-quality pins when we bring them back for the Pin of 3 show, and I think both pins exemplify quality One of them for me is just a bit more consistent in terms of just skeletal width, and in terms of muscularity, and then two, in terms of consistency and appearance. The other pin has an outlier, and then two of them that are awfully close. Again, close call. My favorite ones here on the far left. They're going to be our champions.
Champion pin of 3 goes to the Frontier FFA chapter. Congratulations. We will start our 4-H goat show with 4-H senior showmanship starting at 3:35. Exhibitors, that's 3:35. For our senior showmanship, we're looking for Rachel Abraham, Regan Allen, Paisley Chadwell, Lander Crago, Zane Howes, Cody Jones, Hunter Mulkey, Catherine Olson, Anthony Quick, Callie Rosner, Blair Sanchez, Cooper Sanchez, Adeline Schilling, Jordan Walter, and Justin Walter. first gate call for 4-H senior meat goat showmanship, Rachel Abraham, Paisley Chadwell, Lander Craigo, Zane Howes, Cody Jones, Hunter Mulkey, Catherine Olson, Anthony Quick, Callie Rosner, Blair Sanchez, Adeline Schilling, Jordan Walter, and Justin Walter. For H senior meat goat showman, we're looking at about 4 minutes. We still need Catherine, Blair, Anthony Quick. This is your gate call for 4-H senior showmanship. Catherine Olson, this is your final gate call for 4-H Senior Meat Goat Showmanship. All right, looks like it's that time again. We'll get started with our 4-H Meat Goat show, starting with senior showmanship. Looks like our judge is ready. Coming in the ring is Rachel Abraham, Paisley Chadwell, Zane Howes, Cody Jones, Hunter Mulkey, Catherine Olson, Anthony Quick, Callie Rosner, Adeline Schilling, Jordan Walter, and Justin Walter. Intermediate meat goat showmanship, you'll be in the next class. We're looking for Kale Breton, Lila Buckland-Lindgren, Ori Buckland-Lindgren, Emma Burdick, Callie Burr, Chanella Craigo, Devin Graham, Lauren Haney, Hannah Howes, Trevor Mills, Grandma Shenling, Gemma Schilling, Mariah Schilling, and Taya Thompson. Start heading to the southeast gate. Today we welcome to the ring Cameron Anderson. He's from Needville, Texas. He judged collegiately and on competitive teams at South Plains College and Texas Tech University. While at South Plains, Cameron was selected as an All-American livestock judge. Some of his livestock judging highlights include second high individual at State Fair of Texas, the second high individual at the National Western Stock Show, while being in the top 10 at numerous contests across the nation. After his collegiate judging career was over, Cameron was the assistant coach at South Plains College for 2 years. Cameron currently resides in Crane, Texas. Let's give Cameron a warm Laramie County welcome. Additionally, today we welcome to the ring Hot Shots Photography. You can find the photos of the Market Goat Show tomorrow at their booth in the vendor area, as well as Show Barn Flicks as our live streaming service.
I thought we had an exceptional group of seniors out here, and we're going to do something a little different with these two young individuals. I asked them a question, and here in a second they're going to answer it on the microphone. The question I asked them is, they're the future of agriculture, and how do they plan on impacting it? The things that these two exhibitors did just a bit better than the ones that we asked to exit the ring. They were awfully quick in terms of getting their animals stuck and presented. They hardly fidget with them. They use the whole entire ring whenever we walk them around. They have great eye contact. They're good with their hand placement and body posture. And then two, they have the show ring awareness and show ring courtesy. That's awfully big in terms of my priorities. Again, it is a close call. I'm going to let them rock, paper, scissors, or however they want to do it to determine who's going to answer their question first. But at this time, I'm going to hand the microphone to one of these young individuals.
Introduce yourself and then answer the question.
Is it on?
Yes, you're the future. How do you plan on impacting?
Okay. Which crowd should I face? Should I go right in the middle? Wouldn't that be awesome? Hi, my name's Catherine Olson. I'm a graduate of Burns High School. I graduated this May. So, for my future of agriculture, I plan to attend the University of Wyoming, where I will study animal science with an emphasis in embryology, where I can there further my studies into laparoscopic AI for sheep and goats, which I hope to eventually expand into white-tailed deer.
Introduce yourself and tell us how you plan on impacting agriculture.
I'm Anthony Quick. I'm a senior at East High School, and really in the future I'm hoping to graduate high school, and eventually I'm going to go to college to get a doctorate in business administrations with a focus on strategic marketing. And then in my minor I'm also going to get a agriculture degree. I don't quite know where, probably agribusiness. And with that I want to start a marketing consultant firm with the focus on the agricultural community to try and help businesses rebrand and find a focus to get more farms and ranches out of debt. A lot of them are going into a debt. It's getting worse and worse, especially for the local family farm. And those are things that I'm trying to hope and help and find myself in the future to improve those and get families in a better situation with their farms and that.
Well, that didn't make my decision any easier, because I think both these young individuals did an outstanding job in terms of answering their question. It takes a lot of guts to get out here and talk in front of all of y'all, especially if that's not something you're used to doing. And that's what I like to do at times, is get kids out of their comfort zone, have them do something that they're not prone to do on the daily basis, and two, that's just going to grow them into better agriculturalists. Again, I went through and asked them all questions earlier, and I'll be the first to admit, I don't usually take anything from those questions. I use that as a moment to educate. That's what I got to do for a handful of years, and I strive to do it any chance I get, because we got to remember these kiddos are the future, and building a strong base with them is something I find very important. Now enough about me and enough about my spill. We'll go back to the two kids, and it is a close call. I think both of them do an outstanding job. One of them hit me just a bit harder. One of them's just a bit natural in terms of their movements and in terms of their body posture. I'll set the microphone down now and go show you the one I thought did a little better job. Again, as I do, one more time if we could. Let's give it up for all the senior exhibitors.
Congratulations, 4-H senior showman. Your champion showman is Catherine Olson, and reserve champion is Anthony Quick. Third goes to Adeline Schilling. Fourth, Paisley Chadwell. And fifth, Callie Rosner. Congratulations, exhibitors. We'll start bringing in our intermediates now. We're looking for Kale Breton, Lila Buckland-Lingren, Ori Buckland-Lingren, Emma Burdick, Callie Burr, Chanela Crago, Devin Graham, Lauren Haney, Hannah Howes, Trevor Mills, Gemma Schilling, Mariah Schilling, and Taya Thompson. All right, exhibitors, our intermediates are in the ring. We're looking for our juniors to start checking in. We need Kimber Allen, Tragan Apodaca, Grace Baumgartner, Adeline Crowder, Sage Durner, Tegan Durner, Riley Edling, Kylie Hockup, Jocelyn Miller, Druss Ratliff, Taylor Schuler, and Bryson Walls. We encourage everyone to attend the FFA livestock sale at 7 p.m. on Friday at the Wyoming Hereford Ranch, and the 4-H livestock sale Saturday morning starting at 9 a.m. here at the Event Center at Archer. Please come out and support the youth and all their hard work. Still needed for the 4-H Junior Meat Goat Showmanship Check-In, Shregan Apodaca, Grace Baumgartner, Adeline Crowder, and Kylie Hockup. I'd like to recognize some of our showmanship buckle sponsors. For the FFA showman, that buckle was donated by Whether or Not Boar Goats. And our senior showmanship buckle was donated by the Hubbard family. Our intermediate showmanship buckle was donated by John Watkins with the Caldwell Banker, the Property Exchange. And our junior showmanship buckle is donated by the Oshke family. Please give a big round of applause for all of those sponsors.
Another awesome heat, and I asked for a helper. I asked Catherine to come back and help me, just so she could just see what it's like from a judge's perspective, and just get a different feel for the ring in terms of what I'm looking for and what it's like. It's totally different from this side of the microphone as it is from over there on a goat's head. Again, close call, and we went through and we got 4-3, and now we're down to 2, and it's really close. And the two things those young ladies did that were just a bit better, maybe they were just a shot quicker, maybe they were just a bit more natural in terms of the way their body position was, and in terms of their hand placement, maybe they just used the whole entire ring just a shot better. Again, close call. We got our favorites out here, and we'll go out and show you now. Again, as we do, if we could, one more time, let's give it up for all the intermediate showmen.
Congratulations, 4-H Intermediate Goat Showman. Champion Showman for the Intermediates is Taya Thompson. Reserve is Kale Breton. Third is Lauren Haney. Fourth is Devin Graham. Congratulations, exhibitors. Now in the ring is 4-H Junior Showmanship. Following the juniors, we will have the Pee-wee Showmanship. If your kiddo has a goat that they would like or can borrow, come get them signed up with me and they will get into the Pee-wee Showmanship. Pee Wee Showman, you can go ahead and start checking in at the southeast gate. That's the gate behind the photo backdrop. Pee Wee Showmanship will be our next class.
Again, I had another helper out here, Taya, and we worked through these. And again, like I mentioned earlier, I went through and we asked them some questions. And like I said before, I don't take anything from those. I use that as a moment to educate, and I wanted to see how involved this group of juniors was with their project. And let me tell you, all of them answered their questions spot on. They knew exactly what they were doing with them every day. And if they didn't know the part of the animal that I was asking, they were very respectful and willing to learn. Again, it comes down to personal preferences. Little things kind of separate the group. I thought this was an outstanding group of juniors, and they could have competed in that upper age group in the intermediates as well. Again, close call. One of them hit us just a bit harder, and we'll set down the mic now and go show you which one we thought did the best job. But before we do, if we could, one more time, let's give a big round of applause for this junior set.
Congratulations, 4-H Junior Meat Goat Showman. Champion showman is Tegan Durner. Reserve is Riley Edling. Third goes to Kimber Allen. Fourth to Sage Durner. And fifth, Grace Baumgardner. Congratulations, exhibitors. Now we will bring in the Pee Wee Goat Showman. Looks like we have a lot of them. Following the Pee Wee Goat Showmanship, we will have the underweight market class, Riley Edling and Kale Breton. All right, I have kids that aren't on my list, but I'll announce the ones that are. We have Paisley Osterman, McKinley Fegler, J.D. Langois, Cooper Schinzel, Luke Schinzel, Dawson Sudman, Wesley Watt, and Tinsley Barton, as well as Rio Miller. Let's give these Pee-wees a huge round of applause. They are the future of our goat show. All right, Market Goats. Sorry. Market Goats underweight class, Riley Edling and Cale Breton, please be headed to check in at the southeast gate.
Again, I had a helper, Tegan, and we went through with the future y'all have out here, and we asked them some questions just to kind of see what they liked about the projects and what they wanted to show. And man, we got so many different answers. We had one that wanted to show a turtle. We had some that just wanted to show sheep, goats. We had a couple hogs. Man, awesome experience. Again, these kiddos are the future. One time, if we could, let's give it all up for the Pee Wee Showman.
Congratulations to all of our Pee Wee exhibitors. We're bringing in underweight goats, lightweight class 1. Please be checking in at the southeast gate with your fair ambassador. We're looking for Kirsten Brown, Shanella Crego, Anthony Quick, Riley Edling, Taylor Schuler, and Hannah Howes. Please be making your way over there immediately.
I think we have a nice pair of them out here, and they're completely different in their type and kind. The one that hit me the hardest, though, is the young lady's predominantly red one. That's going to be our class winner. I think one that when we study him at the ground, that one's opened up. That one's easily bolder in terms of his body and has more muscle mass on the top side. Now, I wish he was a bit more aggressive in terms of his shape. And then two, we study him from the side. That's the more striking, eye-appealing one. That's a bit more correct in terms of his hind leg posture. And that's taking nothing away from the more traditional-headed one that comes here in two, because that one is better in terms of his touch on the top side. He's a bit stronger right there behind his shoulder. I think that one's a bit fresher over his loin edge. For me, just a bit too closed up, a bit too flat about his body. I wish that one was a bit smoother in terms of his shoulder shape as well. And an awesome class again. My compliments to these two young ladies.
Looks like we're ready to bring in Class 1, lightweight Class 1. I'm showing six entries: Kirsten Brown, Chanela Crego, Anthony Quick, Riley Edling, Taylor Schuler, and Hannah Howes. All right, lightweight Class 2, be checking in at the southeast gate. Lila Buckland-Lindgren, Sage Sterner, Kale Bratton, Taylor Schuler, Callie Burr, Sadie Brown, Zane Howes.
awesome class to start the 4-H show with. And the young ladies goat that I used to win the dough, man, that one hit me the hardest just coming out of the gate. And I'll be the first to admit, that one's not overwhelming in terms of width or in terms of muscle mass. But we get our hands on that gal, and that one's easily the best in terms of her muscle texture. She has the most aggressive shape behind her shoulder. She's the best over the edge of her loin. And we get her propped up, and whenever she's not sucking back, I think everything makes sense in terms of the way she's put together and in terms of her silhouette. I think a nice one to win this particular group. The more attractive one lands in 2. That one's a bit better in terms of her front end assembly. That one's a bit better in terms of her hip and hind leg and that posture. For me, when we get our hands on that one, not near as aggressive in terms of its shape, not near as massive right behind its shoulder. We could stouten that gal up as well, and I think that would aid to her balance. Young lady does a nice job getting that one presented. Young man in 3, you got a real stout one. I think that one's as opened up as any in terms of its true natural width. I think that one's bold in terms of his body. For me, hands-on, that one's the plainest to the touch of the initial 3. We need to see more aggressive shape up high. We need to see more shape down into that one's lower leg, and we can tighten that guy up in terms of his hide. You do a great job of getting him presented. I think the goat in 4, hands-on, hard in terms of his touch. I think that gal just needs to be redesigned off either end. Wants to get a little sharper in terms of her hawk. Wants to get a little shorter and steeper out of her hip. And we can make that one just a bit neater in terms of that one's shoulder placement. I think the goat coming next, one that I liked in terms of its stoutness. Another one that's awfully bold in terms of her body. Hands-on, that one's a bit devoid of muscle right there behind its shoulder. We need more shape there for me. We need to see that one just harder touching. We can see that one a nickel more attractive as well. And then the painted up one that rounds us out here, man, that one gives us such a sleek look from the side. That one's really good when we get them into motion. We just need more goat there today. We need to see that one a bit more opened up. We need to see that one just a bit more muscular. Man, an awesome class to get this deal started. If we could, let's give all those kiddos a big round of applause.
In the lightweight class 1, first place goes to Taylor Schuler, second to Riley Edling, third to Anthony Quick, fourth Hannah Howes, fifth Shalina Krigo, and sixth to Kirsten Brown. A reminder to Taylor Schuler and Riley Edling, we will need you back for the lightweight division championship drive following class 2 of the lightweight division. All right, we've got class 2 in the ring. Following class 2, we'll have the lightweight division selection. We'll need Taylor Schuler and Riley Edling back from class 1. Amanda Howard, if you've lost your debit card, well, you have lost your debit card, and it will be at the Wyoming Snow trailer out in the food vendors.
Nice class here for class 2, and I think a nice pair of them. The one I keep going back to is the young man's. I think one that's so proportional in terms of how that one's put together. That one's easily the best in terms of his body cage and the freshest when we get our hands on the top side. Now we can pick him apart and say maybe he's not as neat up front as some of the others, but I think everything just makes sense when we get that one propped up. I think that one wins just in terms of his fresh shape on the top side. I think a nice one there. Goatin' 2, that one hit me hard coming out of the gate in terms of having some of the extra pieces. I like that one's chest placement. I like that one's hind leg posture. That one's hard touching as well. We need to make him a bit fresher, especially right behind his shoulder. We need to make that one square over his loin edge. Wants to get a shot rounder there. And then 2, we could shave off just the point of his shoulder, but a nice one there in 2. Goatin' 3, man, that one handles awfully good. I think that one's big time in terms of his touch up high. For me, he's got a bit too much shoulder. He's a bit too sharp in his hock, a bit too short and steep out of his hip as well. And that's why he landed in 3. But man, that one's so good in terms of his touch. I like that one's body cage as well. Young man did a good job of getting that one presented. Predominantly black one that comes next. We get that one propped up. And I like that one as much as any from this side. That one's so good up front. That one's ideal out of his hip and hind leg. 3/4 shot and hands on, though. We just need a bit more to him today. We need more goat. We need a bit more muscle. And you work up in this particular group. Whether that comes next, one that's really good in terms of his feet and legs. I think one that's fresh in terms of his condition over his body. We need that one to be more aggressive in terms of his touch. We need more shape in that one from behind. We can open that one up in his pin set. And then the pair of painted up ones that round us out here, I think both of them are really good when we get them into motion. Both of them are sound structured. Both of them give us a nice image and look. We just need to make them a bit more muscular. We need to open them up a bit more, make them a shot fresher in terms of their touch. Incredible class. Again, my compliments to all those young kiddos.
Congratulations, lightweight class 2. First place, Sage Durner. Second, Taylor Schuler. Third, Zane Howes. Fourth, Kale Breton. Fifth, Lila Buckland Lindgren. And sixth, Sadie Brown. We'll need Sage Durner and Taylor Schuler back for the division lightweight selection. Just for the FFA. Yep. I think, yeah, I don't think that there's because they're sale. From class 1, the lightweight class, we'll need Anthony Quick back as well. And from class 2, we'll also need Zane Howes. Medium weight class 1, please start checking in at the southeast gate. Rachel Abraham, Grace Baumgartner, Kale Breton, Hannah Howes, Kylie Hockup, Jaslyn Miller, Devin Graham, Trevor Mills, and Callie Harless. Please check your goats in at the southeast gate with the fair ambassadors.
Nice lineup for the lightweight division, and I'll break down the top two from each class. That first class, I thought that was a nice pair. Young ladies know that wins that particular group. Just a shot better in terms of its touch, just a bit more aggressive on the top side. Maybe we could redesign a couple things just in terms of her silhouette, but I still think everything makes sense and everything looks the part in that aspect, because I thought that doe that came in 2, that was the more attractive one. That was the one that was more ideal in her hip and hind leg posture. Hands-on, not near as aggressive, not near as muscular on the top side, but a real good-looking one there in 2. That second class, that was a nice pair of them, and I went back and forth. Ultimately, Young Man's, that's the one I land on in terms of that one's body cage, and in terms of that one's touch on the top side. That one was easily the freshest in that particular group. That one was easily the best back over the edge of his loin. And that 1 and 2, that one gives us a nice image. Hands-on was hard touching, not near as fresh right behind its shoulder, not near as expansive over its loin. Gets a bit rounder in that regard. We can see that one's shoulder just a bit smoother as well. Again, close calls. I got my favorites, and I'll go out and show you the order I like them in. As I do, if we could, one more time. Let's give it up for this first division.
Champion lightweight goat is exhibited by Sage Sterner. Reserve lightweight goat is owned by Taylor Schuler. Third in the lightweight division goes to Taylor Schuler. We're bringing in medium weight class 1, Rachel Abraham, Grace Baumgartner, Kale Breton, Hannah Howes, Kylie Hockup, Jocelyn Miller, Devin Graham, Trevor Mills, and Callie Harless. Medium weight class 2, if you would please start checking in. Lauren Haney, Ori Buckland Lingren, Paisley Chadwell, Tegan Durner, Kimber Allen, Hunter Mulkey, Riley Edling, Josie Rowe, and Jordan Walter. Please come check in at the southeast gate.
Nice class here and an interesting trio, but the one I keep going back to is the young ladies here. And the cheetah, man, that one's just so opened up in terms of his basic build. That one's an outlier. And this group in terms of his rib shape and muscle mass and fresh handle on the top side. And then two, being the most muscular in this particular group. Now, we can all get critical and pick him apart in terms of his mid-back. I'd like that to just go back a bit leveler, a bit smoother in that regard. In motion, I'd like to see that one just a bit more athletic. He's a bit tighter in the way he utilizes his hind leg, but a balanced one that's so thick and so stout, and that's why he's got to win this particular class. 2 and 3, I went back and forth in my mind. Ultimately land on the young lady here in 2, and ultimately it's handle quality. That one's a bit fresher. That one's a bit more massive right behind her shoulder. That one's wider over the edge of her loin. From the profile shot, we could make her a bit... We can make her a bit smoother and shorter in terms of her shoulder shape. I'd like to see her with just a shot more shape down into her lower leg. Goat that comes in 3, man, I like that one a lot in terms of its image. I think that one's easily the best in its silhouette. For me, though, hands-on, we need more fresh shape on the top side. We need to see that guy with more muscle down into his lower leg, and we can open him up in terms of his pin set. Real bold-bodied one comes next that looks the part and is proportional when we get him propped up. Hands-on, a bit too plain in terms of his texture for me. Wish that one was a bit more aggressive in his shape. I wish that one, too, was a bit stouter in terms of his feature. And then the goat in 5, another one that's bold, another one that's hard touching. We need to see that one a bit better in terms of his spine and motion. We need to see that one with more muscle down into his lower leg and the seat of his pants. Man, a great class. Again, my compliments to all these young kiddos.
Medium weight class 1, first place goes to Grace Baumgartner, second Jaslyn Miller, third Rachel Abraham, fourth Kale Breton, fifth Devin Graham, and sixth Kylie Hockup. Reminder, we will bring first, second, and third back for the division drive following class 2 in the medium weight division. Medium weights, we're looking for Lauren Haney, Ori Buckland Lindgren, Paisley Chadwell, Tegan Derner, Kimber Allen, Hunter Mulkey, Riley Edling, Josie Rowe, and Jordan Walter.
throughout several of the classes in the 4-H Market Goat Show, you might notice that there are some members in the ring helping other members, and those members are participating in a program called the Warrior Goat Program that the Laramie County School District number 1 school farm has been running. This is actually our 3rd year running the program, where we work with some students who may have some special needs that work with another student and another member that shows goats, and they help them out and give them an opportunity to work. So we've got a handful of students. This year we have 3 Warrior Goat students, and we also have 2 members that help those kids out at the school farm. They go out every week and work with them, and then they show them here at County Fair. So it's a really cool program, and just wanted to kind of give a shout out to those. It's Callie Rosner and Reagan Allen are the 2 members that are helping some of our other members in the ring tonight.
Outstanding class and a tough trio, but the outlier for me is the young lady there in the pink striped shirt. That one's just so much more opened up in terms of that one's basic build. That one's so much bolder and rounder in that one's cage, and that's why it's so much fresher and more massive on the top side. Now maybe that one's not as cool as the other side of the pillow when we prop him up, but everything makes sense. Everything's proportional. I like that one's show goat proportions as well. I think a nice one to win this particular group. Goat that comes into the saddleback one, that one hit me hard coming out of the gate. That one's stout in terms of his feature. That one gives us the right kind of image from the side. Hands-on, just a little less descript when we compare him to our winner. We can make him stronger right there behind his shoulder. We can make him just a bit rounder and bolder in terms of his body on a comparative note, but a real good-looking one there in 2. Goat in 3 is kind of one that I like in terms of its hip and hind leg posture, one I like in terms of how bold that one is in its body. A bit too plain in terms of its touch on the top side for me. I wish that one was just a bit more aggressive in terms of its shape up high. We could thin that gal up in terms of her hide. We could see her just a bit better in terms of her shoulder as well, but an awfully good one there in 3. Goat and 4, I like that one in terms of how hard touching that one is. That one's hard touching up high. That one's got some shape right there behind its shoulder. We need to make that one bigger in terms of his loin edge. We need to make that one a bit bigger in terms of his upper hip. And we can make his shoulder just a bit shorter. And then the goat coming in 5, one that gives us a nice look. Congratulations, young man. One that gives us a nice look when the young lady gets that one propped up. For me, hands-on, though, a bit too sharp touching. We need that one to have a bit more muscle down into his lower leg as well. A great class. Again, my compliments to all these young kiddos.
Good job. Good job.
From medium weight class 2, first place is Tegan Durner. Second, Paisley Chadwell. Third, Kimber Allen. Fourth, Jordan Walter. Fifth, Riley Edling. And sixth, Lauren Haney. We'll bring back Tegan Durner, Paisley Chadwell, and Kimber Allen from Class 2, and from Class 1, Grace Baumgardner, Jaslyn Miller, and Rachel Abraham for the medium weight division selection. For our heavyweight class 1, we'll need to be checking in Gemma Schilling, Cody Jones, Mariah Schilling, Jocelyn Miller, Catherine Olson, Bryson Wells, and Emma Burdick. Go ahead and check in at the southeast gate.
Nice division here in the middleweights, and we'll break down the top 2 from each respective class. I thought that the first class in this respective division, man, that one just overwhelmed everything in that particular group in terms of stoutness, and in terms of width, in terms of body, and touch as well. That one was awfully good in terms of its texture on the top side. We get critical on him in terms of his mid-back. We'd like to smooth him out in that regard and make him a little more relaxed in motion, a bit tighter in terms of his step. But man, that one's an outlier in terms of rib and width and natural thickness. I thought that doe that was 2, that one was a bit more up and out there. That one was fresh in terms of her touch up high. When we get comparative, not near as much body, not near as much mass to her, and that's why she landed there in 2. Of rib and width and 2, muscularity, that one touched awfully good as well. 1 for me, maybe not as cool as the other side of the pillow, but everything made sense. Awfully good in that one, show goat proportions. That saddleback one, man, a good looking one that was awfully good in motion. We could strengthen that one up in his spine when we get him propped up. We could give him a bit more aggressive shape as well. Close calls, I got my 2 favorite, and I'll show you how I line up the top 6. Again, as I do if we could, one more time. Let's give it up for this middle division.
Tegan Durner exhibits the medium weight champion, and Grace Baumgardner exhibits the reserve. Paisley Chadwell exhibits third medium weight. Heavyweight class 1, we're ready for you. Gemma Schilling, Cody Jones, Mariah Schilling, Jocelyn Miller, Catherine Olson, Bryson Wells, and Emma Burdick. Heavyweight class 2, please be coming to check in. Taya Thompson, Justin Walter, Callie Rosner, Sarah Rowe, and Kylie Hockup.
Another really good class, and we got a show pony in this particular group. That one hit me awfully hard coming out of the gate. Again, we talk about covering the basics, and that one does so awfully quick. And then we get to talk some of the fun stuff, some of the extras, and in terms of that one's ability to run uphill, that one being the correct one out of his hip and hind leg, that one being the best in terms of his touch and tone. I'm looking forward to seeing that one come back out here to compete in the heavyweight drive. I think the young man in 2, man, you got an awfully good one. And in terms of that one's topside touch and topside freshness, man, that one's awfully progressive in terms of his width as well. When we get comparative, though, not near as stout in terms of that one's feature, not near as round and bold in terms of yours body, but man, an awfully good one there in 2. 3 and 4, I went back and forth in my mind and ultimately land actually on the young lady's weather here, the painted up one. I thought one that was just a bit better behind its shoulder. I thought one that was just a bit better in terms of its body cage, and that one was a bit more attractive when we got them propped up in terms of lower leg shape. When we got comparative, though, a bit plainer in terms of its texture, a bit thicker in terms of its skin and hide, we could see that one just a bit better in terms of its hind leg posture, comparing them to the 2 ahead. We got the young lady spot hawked one here in 4, and one that's got some freshness on the top side, especially over that guy's loin. We need to make him better in terms of his shoulder. We can thin him up in terms of his hide. We can make him more aggressive right behind his shoulder as well. The red weather that comes next, one propped up, gives us a good image. I like that one in terms of his look and in terms of his silhouette. Hands on, though, we need to make him a bit fresher in terms of his muscle texture, a bit sharper right there behind his shoulder. If we could get him a bit more aggressive, a bit bolder in that regard, you work up awfully quick. I think the young man's red one that comes next, a great structured one that gives us a nice image like we talked about. We just need a bit more muscle on the top side. We need a bit more goat when we get behind him. And same story for the young lady's painted up one that rounds us out here. Really stout in terms of that one's feature. That one's awfully bold in his body. Hands on, though, we need more fresh muscle shape up high. We need to see that one just a bit more opened up. An awesome class. Again, my compliments to all those young kiddos.
Good job.
Heavyweight Class 1, first place goes to Catherine Olson, second to Cody Jones, third Jocelyn Miller, fourth Mariah Schilling, fifth Gemma Schilling, and sixth the Bryson Walls. Heavyweight Class 2, reminder we bring back first, second, and third for the division selection. Heavyweight Class 2, Taya Thompson, Justin Walter, Callie Rosner, Sarah Rowe, and Kylie Hockup. For the heavyweight division selection, we'll need back Catherine Olson, Cody Jones, Jocelyn Miller. He's annoying. Following the heavyweight division selection, we will have our champion market goat selection. From the lightweight division, we'll need back Sage Durner, Taylor Schuler with tag 143, Taylor Schuler with tag 144. From the medium weight division, we'll need back Tegan Durner, Grace Baumgardner, and Paisley Chadwell. You guys can go ahead and start checking in.
Great class here, and one that hit me awfully hard in terms of that cape-shouldered, red-legged one there. I think one that, again, is so opened up and so stout in terms of that one's feature. He has the right kind of image when we prop him up. Hands-on, that's the freshest, trimmest one of this particular group, and especially for this stage of the game, I think an awfully nice one to win this particular class. 2 and 3, a bit of a closer call for me. Ultimately land on the young lady there in 2. I think that one's body's just a bit bolder. I think that one's got a bit more muscle mass on the top side. And I'd like to see that one with just a bit more stretch and style when we prop him up from the side. We can tighten him up in his height ever so slightly. But man, a bold, muscular one there in 2. Young ladies in 3, I like a lot about yours. I like that one's height at shoulder. I like that one's width progression. For me, though, hands-on, a bit too plain in terms of its texture. I wish that one was a shot fresher behind his shoulder. We could strengthen him there as well. We could give him a bit more down into his lower leg, and then I think that pair gets even closer. Young man's that comes in 4, man, you got a real good body on your goat. That one's awfully round in terms of that one's shape. I think your width progression's awfully good as well. Hands-on, though, a bit too sharp touching. We need a bit more aggressive, fresh shape up high. I'd like to see that one a bit more ideal in its hind leg. It's a bit sharper in terms of that one set. But, man, a nice one there in 4. And then the painted up one that comes here in 5, man, a great-bodied one that's so good when we get him in motion. That one's awfully sound and on terms of that one's structure. Hands-on, 3/4 shot and from behind. We just need more goat there. We need to see that one more opened up. We need to see that one a bit more muscular. Man, an awesome class. Again, if we could, one more time, let's give it up for all these goat exhibitors.
For the heavyweight selection from Class 1, we need Catherine Olson, Cody Jones, and Mariah Schilling. From Class 2, we need Taya Thompson, Callie Rosner, and Kylie Hockup. will bring back 3 from each division. From the lightweight division, Sage Durner, and 2 from Taylor Schuler. Medium weight division, Tegan Durner, Grace Baumgartner, and Paisley Chadwell.
We bring back our winners from the last division, and I'll break down the top 2 in each particular class. Young ladies that won that first particular group, man, that one hit me the hardest just coming out of the gate. I think one, again, like we talked about in that particular class, has the stoutness, has the width, and has the basics and the fundamentals that I'm after. And then we get to talk about the extras in terms of being up and out, up-fronted, great in terms of its touch. I really like that one's hip and hind leg posture. I thought the goat that was in 2 in that particular group, man, a good touching one that was awfully progressive in terms of its width. When we get comparative, though, just not as much in terms of stoutness, just not as much in terms of extra muscle, and that's why that one landed there in 2. But I thought a nice pair there. I thought the young ladies that won that second particular class, that Cape-fronted one, man, another one that hit me really hard. I think one for that stage of the game has the right kind of shape and right kind of composition to it, not overly conditioned. I think one that's trim enough. I think one that gives us a nice look out here. And then the young lady that was second in that particular class, a real bold one that had a ton of muscle mass. We could see that one with a bit more stretch and style. We could thin that one up in terms of its hide. I got my mind made up, and I'm sure everybody ringside's got their favorites. I'll go out and show you the order that I like them in. Again, as I do, one more time if we could. Let's give it up for this heavy division.
Champion heavyweight goes to Catherine Olson. Reserve heavyweight goes to Taya Thompson. Third overall heavyweight goes to Cody Jones. Coming back from the heavyweight division will be Catherine Olson, Taya Thompson, and Cody Jones. Following the selection of our 2023 Laramie County Champion 4-H Market Goat, we will have the pens shows. We'll do the 4-H pen of 2 market goats by an exhibitor, and then the 4-H club pen of 3 market goats.
We bring our winners back out, and I'll break them down brief for y'all. That one that won that first division, man, that was a stout one. That's body was right. That one was easily the freshest in that particular division. Maybe not as neat up front as some of the others, but everything made sense in that particular group. I thought the second, the reserve in that division, maybe a bit taller in terms of its shoulder. I think one that ran uphill a shot more, and that one was hard touching, not near as fresh in terms of its muscle texture. We could see that one a bit better over that one's loin edge as well. And that third in there, another one that was hard touching and progressive. Again, we could see that one's loin edge just a shot better. We could see that one's hind leg posture just a bit better as well. I thought that second division was nice, and a nice trio of them. The one I landed on, the young lady there in the pink stripes, I just thought that one overwhelmed its competition in terms of rib, and in terms of width, and in terms of muscle mass and freshness on the top side. One that was so proportional in terms of its image. Maybe we could fix that one hind leg posture, wants to plan it just a bit more up and down, but an awfully good one there. I thought the second, the reserve in that particular division, another one that was cut from the same mold in terms of freshness and in terms of top side touch. Again, we need to fix that one in its mid back and relax him a bit. We need to see that one just a bit more athletic when we get him into motion. And then that saddlebacked one, man, that one gave us such a good look and was so good in motion. I thought one we could make just a bit stronger there in terms of its top line. When we got comparative in that division, just not near as much power and punch when we got in behind it and got on top of it. I thought that third division, man, a really good one. And I thought a nice pair of them that wins. For me, that one that won that one, man, so stout and so unique in terms of that one's look after we get past the basics. That one touches awfully good. I really like that one out of his hip and hind leg. And that cape-shouldered one, for being that big and that heavy in terms of his weight, was still ideal in terms of his composition. I thought one that was still trim and fresh enough touching. Maybe just didn't have some of the unique pieces that the winner did, but an awfully good one there. And then the young man's that was third there, hard in terms of his touch, really progressive in terms of his width. Again, on a comparative note, just not as much goat there. We needed to see that one just a bit stouter, see him just a shot more muscular when we compared those two ahead of him. Close calls. I got my favorites, and I'm not one for a long, drawn-out speech here. The one thing I would say is I'd like to thank the show board for having me out. I've had an exceptional time. The goats have been awesome, but the quality of kids have been even better. So that's hats off to all y'all ringside, all the ones raising these kiddos, and such an awesome place. I don't know where else you'd like to do it. Again, a lot of fun I've had. I got my favorites, and I'll go out and show you the order I like them in. One more time, if we could, let's make some noise for all the 4-H goat exhibitors.
Champion 4-H market goat exhibited by Catherine Olson. Reserve is exhibited by Taya Thompson. Third overall exhibited by Tegan Derner. Fourth overall is exhibited by Grace Baumgartner. Fifth overall is exhibited by Sage Derner. Sixth overall exhibited by Paisley Chadwell. Seventh overall is exhibited by Cody Jones. All right, we'll go into our pen show now. We're looking for 4-H pen of 2 market goats exhibited by the same exhibitor. We're looking for Taylor Schuler, Kale Breton, Shalina Crego, Lander Crego, Riley Edling, Taya Thompson, Blair Sanchez, Adeline Schilling, Callie Rosner, and Reagan Allen. Following the completion of the pen show for the 4-H show, we'll bring back Catherine Olson with her FFA goat and Taya Thompson with their 4-H goat, with her FFA goat, and Catherine Olson with your 4-H goat and Taya Thompson with your 4-H goat for the Grand Champion overall Laramie County Fair Market Goat. Exhibitors, if you are showing in the pen show, you need to check in immediately at the southeast gate. We're looking for the 4-H pen of 2 market goats. If your club is exhibiting a 4-H club pen of 3 market goats, please be heading over to check in with the fair ambassador at the southeast gate.
I think we got 2 nice pairs of them out here, and I think both of them are awfully consistent in terms of the way they're put together and the way that they're assembled. One pin of them out here just hit me a shot harder in terms of just a bit more quality, in terms of a bit more muscularity. The group on my far left is going to be our champion. Group on the right is going to be reserve.
Taylor Schuler exhibits the champion pen of 2 market goats, and Adeline Schilling is reserve. We'll move into the 4-H club pen of 3 market goats. Oh. Excuse me, Kale was reserve in the pen of 2. Kale Breton. Congratulations, exhibitors.
Just one single entry pin that definitely could stand more competition because I think this pin's awfully good in terms of their type and design. I think a pin that's awfully complete and 2, really good in terms of their composition. Awfully good group. Again, this one deserves more competition. If we could, let's give a big round of applause for these 3 young ladies.
Congratulations to the Horse and Around 4-H Club for the champion pen of 3 market goats at the 4-H show. Catherine Olson and Taya Thompson will come back with their FFA goats, and you're all, yep. we'll now have our selection of the 2023 champion overall Laramie County Fair Market Goat. An announcement: Soda Pop Baseball has been postponed and moved to August 24th. Another reminder for all exhibitors: if you plan on selling your goat or could potentially sell your goat, please get your photo taken at the picture backdrop with Hot Shots Photography.
We bring our winners back out, and man, I think they fit together awfully good. I'm not going to go back through and break down each and every one of them. I feel like I did that in their respective classes and then their divisions and then their overall drive. Again, I've had a lot of fun. My thanks and compliments go out to everybody for having me out here. Again, I've had a lot of fun and going. You never know what you're going to expect going to different shows. I get to travel the country doing this, and it's something I really enjoy, especially giving back to these kiddos. Again, I'm not going to go back through them. I got my two favorites out here. One of them hit me really hard, a bit closer for the reserve. Again, one more time, if we could, let's give it up for all the GOAT exhibitors for a job well done.
Champion overall GOAT is owned by Catherine Olson. That is her 4-H GOAT. And the reserve is Taya Thompson with her 4-H GOAT. Congratulations again to all exhibitors, and we encourage everyone to attend the FFA livestock sale at 7 p.m. on Friday at the Wyoming Hereford Ranch, and the 4-H livestock sale Saturday morning starting at 9 a.m. here at the Event Center at Archer. Please come out and support our youth for all their hard work.